says, very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it. And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 33 on the racing calendar. Let's take a quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, jockey Jorge Carreno was. He had 2 wins on the card, including banking on Betty, the debutante winner, a Manitoba bred that is undefeated in 2 starts this year. On the trainer side, Jerry Gorno had 2 wins, and trainer Jared Brown had 1 win, but that was an important one, win number 500 in his career. So looking at the jockey standings, Jorge Carreno on top with 52. Stanley Chady Jr., he's been the money man in the stakes with 33. And then Leroy Nelson and Sheldon Chickeness. Neville Stevenson rounding out the top 5. Jerry Gorno still rolling along with 38 wins, with Jared Brown creeping up behind, 12 back at 26. Wendy Anderson 17. Tom Gardapi 14. And Lise Pruitt 12. Yesterday's racing action, what did you see, Stretch?
Well, I've got to start by saying, Kirt, I'll give you full credit on that last race call. Just how quickly you adapted, and you probably knew in the back of their mind it was a milestone for Jared Brown, but it was just so good to incorporate it. I think I appreciated just listening to it, and I would think Jared and his crew would too. It's just a nice added touch to it for to have that and have his horses run 1-2. Interesting, he won on the horse that was my kind of 3rd or 4th horse. I like the other one, and our comment was, oh, look at the jockey change. But it's interesting looking back. I always like to look back, and the jockey Martin was actually won on that horse at Century Mile, and so he certainly knows how to ride that horse. And we've kind of talked about riders getting to know the horses and get them to excel.
And you know what? And that's one of the things we were talking just for the show that we missed it. You are going to miss little things as you are doing handicapping. You're not going to catch it all. I said Jorge Carreno goes to Cyclone Dan, so maybe that's the tip off that was the horse. But it was Andre Martin 1 for 1 on the horse. That was the key, and that's why Jorge Carreno was on Cyclone Dan.
Yeah, exactly. And then back to the overall track, I thought again playing very fair. Actually, I'm not a big fan of when the track's playing fair, or really fair, because now it opens up closers and speed, and some people just refuse to take speed horses, and it's a speed bias track, and they keep taking the deep closers and think, oh, why is he not getting there? Well, that's because. So I would think the track's going to be similar, a nice fair track. So it sets it up for whatever racing style you might be. I'm looking forward to tonight because I think, well, I know we have a superstar in the first, and there's a potential of a couple superstars in there of the young horses coming up. So another day, try to give up some good information and maybe make some money.
Yeah, let's try and make some money. I didn't make any yesterday. It was my hangover day after killing them in the Derby. But let's go on with it. We're going to start it off with race number 1, the 46th running of the R.C. Anderson Stakes, going 1 mile, a field of 5-cent postword. Stretch, I bet I know who you like on top.
Bold there, Kirt. Yes, I learned my lesson in the first start of the race, of the meet with this horse. I didn't think she was as good as the horses that she raced against, and boy was I wrong, and I have no problem to say that. I like watching the superstar. She, number 2, she is the real deal. Going around 2 turns, she can handle it, no problem. Everybody else is running for second. It's just going to be exciting to watch her just get better at each start. So who's going to come second? I think it's going to be the one. I like the one's last race. She chased older last time, sets her up going for the, around the 2 turns. Certainly wasn't disgraced in the least. So should do very similar type of race and get second. And then I'm going to go to the 3 as my 3rd selection. And the reason being is this horse, I think, will just sit back. And I think this horse is going to be going better a little bit longer. And so just a late run, 2-1-3, Kirt.
Yeah, I'm with you on Melisandre. How can you go against her? She is 7 for 7. She picked this spot over the Oaks where she could have went against Extrema in there, the eventual winner. But she picked the low-lying fruit, as I like to call it. This Manitoba restricted race, this was $35,000 also, and she is the boss in here. She is the speed of the race. I expect Reasonable Cause not to go battle with her because they are coming from the same barn. So Melisandre will be the controlling speed. She should go all the way. Maybella ran absolutely huge last time out. Ran against older horses, Sweet Design and Dazzling Gold, and they were the only two that beat her. Now she goes back against straight 3-year-olds. I don't think she can beat the 2, as she has run behind Melisandre before. So that was in the Chantilly. But I think she is going to run a big race off that last one. I also like Marianda to round out my top 3, as she was 7 beaten 18 last time out. I was really surprised that she did go off as the favorite in that race against the older company, but she did get in trouble early after coming off a good second place finish to Melisandre in the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes in the previous start. I'm looking for her to rebound off that. So myself, I got 2, 1, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, the 42nd running of the Graduation Stakes for 2-year-olds. They're going to go 5 furlongs stretch. Looks like another big favorite.
You got it. Yeah, yesterday we had a stake. I thought it was kind of a match race between, and here there's another standout. We might go back-to-back $2.10 horses. In the first start, the 3-horse came out of the gate, never looked like a loser. Basically just stalked, took it over, had the 1 measured the entire way around. And I think this horse potential has big things to come ahead. Yeah, jumps off the page. I'm going to go to the 1 as my second selection, and the horse did show nice early speed, which is always a good sign. I think the horse is going to improve. The 3 horses basically has this horse measured, but I just think the speed's going to go a little bit farther. Unless the firster steps up, should get second, and so that's why I've got it the 3-1. And then I decided on the 5 as the horse that I like next best, and finishes off with a quick work. If the horse goes after the lead or goes after the 1, I don't think the horse is going to hang around anywhere. So I'll just leave it at 3-1-5. Kirt?
Yeah, I see a bit of speed in here. Diamond Digger was just off of Mean Money last time. Took over and then drew off to that easy victory by 7. Michael Nault's doing very well with his 2-year-olds. We've seen Bank It On Betty, his other one in the debutante yesterday. She won at first asking and again won in the debutante very impressively. So Diamond Digger's the one to beat. Mean Money has the early speed, as the siblings did have, but wasn't able to carry it all the way. Spies Force does get first-time Lasix today, so that can improve. Kitten, the 4-horse, is an interesting one, a first-time starter, where the father, He Be Fire and Ice, won from 6 furlongs to a mile and a 16th. Made over $330,000, had 5 wins lifetime. The mom had 9 wins lifetime. $131,000 in earnings, does have a full brother and a full sister. Both of them did break their maidens, but they're both sitting in the non-2 ranks. But I just like how the father really showed that it can win early and run at any distance. The 5 Thirsty Ears, Declassify. This horse won its first 2 outs impressively by 11 and 7, did win a grade 1. The mother did not run, has 6 siblings, 5 of them, not much to show out of them, but one of them is a sprinter down in Canterbury and has 5 wins in 16 starts and brings blazing speed. Stretch, you touched on a couple of workouts, the 36 flat on June the 30th, that was a dynamite workout, and most recently, another 3 furlongs in 36 and 4. If that 5 has the speed of Saurus, which is the half brother, that could make a game changer in here going against Mean Money, the speed, and maybe set it up for a closer to get there behind Diamond Digger. And that's why I think it does have that speed from those workouts. So I took Diamond Digger on top, Kitten for second, and Mean Money for third. So I'm 3, 4, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with a $3,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Stretch, who do you like?
Okay, another one of these claimers that, many of these can win it in here. It's never really easy to figure out what's going to happen, clear, loose speed, or a pace battle. I'm going with the horse that I think can sit just back, and that's the 5. Beat the 4 last time, and what was impressive about this is the 4 had lone speed, and it shows in the charts, and this horse still ran him down. I think basically there's even just a bit more speed that the 4 is going to get pressure, and so then that kind of sets it up to put, I think, the 5 right there. Then my second selection is Kirt's top pick. Very nice race last time, running a big race there. Does have a lot of seconds. Won't be in, but at least will be in the early pace. Won't be in the early pace battle. If Antonio can make the move and maybe confuse the horse and get past the horses quick enough, maybe the horse won't be looking around for others. So I'm not falling for the trap, as Kirt has fallen for the trap on the second-itis. Maybe we'll see if he gets normed. My third choice is the 6. Basically just sitting on a win. Usually shows just enough to consider him each time. I think he's better if he kind of comes off the pace, and if he does, then watch out. I've got it 5-1, 5-1-6, but I could box those. Those are my 3 contenders in that any one of those orders there. Kirt?
Well, Stretch, you're talking about being Norm. Norm did win, as did Captain John, 2 horses that have had big second and third itis here at the Downs over the years. Commander McDivitt ran a huge race last out. You really liked Young Boy and Valid Thor that race. My horses are still running right now that I picked that day. But Commander McDivitt, I think, is the inside speed in here and will be the controlling speed. Last time out, Young Boy took the drop from the 5 non-4 into the 35 non-4 and looked absolutely dynamite, winning by 2 1/4 in the end. But Commander McDivitt is also good going around 2 turns, doesn't have to have the front end. It'll be sitting in a good position. I like that Antonio Whitehall retains the mount after running second last time out. And because the inside draw, that makes him my top selection. I do like number 6, Bacoli also. That race 2 outs ago came like a freight train down the lane, only to lose by 3/4 of a length on a road, was inside speed and ended up getting the job done, lasting to the wire. Last time out was going 5.5 furlongs. Obviously not Bacoli's distance. We'll love the 7.5 today, so we'll be a big player. And you gotta like Triple Live. Last 3 starts, 2 wins in a second. Has a good running style, but is now graduating up to the non-4s and the non-winners of the year. This is a tougher jump for a horse, but we're gonna see what Triple Live is made out of. 1, 6, and 5 for me. We're gonna carry on to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $15,000 claimer for 2-year-old maidens. They're only going to go 4.5 furlongs. Scratch number 4, Barely Regal. Scratch number 6, Don't Blame Coco. And scratch number 7, Misgivings. 3 of them out, 4 of them left. Stretch, what do you like?
Okay, yeah, with all the scratches, including it would have been the big less than even money favorite, find the race it becomes wide open. So I've just kind of looked at works and the trainers and the angles from there, and so my top selection is going to be the 1. I got the steady works. I like how the works are nicely kind of spread out evenly, similar amount of days apart. Elton, the trainer, has success for the firsters, so that's why it was my top selection. My second pick was the 3. With Jerry, you can see this horse was training at Lone Star. I think that really helps. The horse didn't have to be in the winter at all, and probably training a little bit earlier than the others. So that's going to give them the advantage from there. And then I'm not going to leave out the 2. The horse did start in maiden special weight. Yes, was it 10-1, but you'll notice that Diamond Digger was in that race, went off as a big favorite. Only had 1 start. I think the horse is probably going to improve a little bit. So I've got it 1-3-2, Kirt.
All right, let's go a little bit on the breeding here. Taking a look at number 1, Brown Owl. This one does have a full brother that's racing here at the Downs, named Guaranteed Delivery. So far has yet to break the maiden, but Vengeful Wildcat has been a very popular sire throwing a lot of good horses in about the last 3 years. Perseability, Persistent, just to name a few of them. And even Banking on Betty is another vengeful Wildcat. That's a 2-year-old that is undefeated. So Brown Owl does come into this race. And you said that Elton Dickey does very well with firsters, but breed firsters, Manitoba bred firsters, he is excellent with them, does a great job. Now that some of the big boys are scratched out of this race, that moves them up guaranteed in here. Don't look at the morning line as it was done with the other horses in the race. So that morning line you could pretty well throw out the door. The 2 Santa Clara, here was another one that I liked last time out. But this horse did not wear blinkers in its last start and will get blinkers today. Has a workout out of the gate since. And I think that was just to sharpen it up. It did get beat by 30 lengths in there, but throw that one out. I think the blinkers are going to be the key on this horse. Look for remarkable improvement. The 3, No Surprise. The Mum won 8 out of 20 races here at the Downs, and a lot of them restricted stake races. She does have a full sister by the name of I Suppose that is running this year in her 3-year-old campaign, and she has a couple 4th place finishes in the maiden allowance ranks. So watch out for that one. And Oscar the Gulch, the 5. This horse, the mom won a couple of races in Lethbridge, and is a full of Twisted Oliver, who was scratched out of a maiden 5,000 race the other day. Really isn't much to show in there. But in saying all that, I'm going to the 3, No Surprise. If we could run like anything like the Mum Knows the Pose, definitely this one will be right there, because Knows the Pose had speed. Santa Clara with the blinkers on, and Elton Dickey with his first time starter. I'm 3, 2, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a maiden allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, and they're going to go 6 furlongs stretch. What do you got in here?
Okay, I have potential to make myself look bad again. The 6 horse has been finishing second a fair amount. The problem here is this horse ran so well the last couple times. There is no other speed for Call the Cops. There's no huge battle like it did. The horse has improved. Will go off at 3 to 1. The problem is when he does that, he'll find a way to lose, and at $3, and then I'll have to call the cops because I've been robbed, making a bad type.
Good one,
selection.
Stretch.
Yeah, see, I built that in the names.
I see that.
Very good. Anyway, I just can't find anybody to beat him. So that is my top selection. Huge race, a 3-way battle up with huge fractions. The second selection, the 3, I actually like this as one of my long shots last time. Coming from the maiden 5, the figures were there. And so I wasn't surprised that this horse got in the money. Going back to him, the problem is there's not really a pace battle for him to run at. But that's the 3 we're talking about. Figures are there. If the 3 or the 6 decides he's just going to pull himself up and wait, then maybe. Or maybe there's a hidden speed that somebody's going to jump up and press or whatever. A distant second choice. And then third is the 1. Did break a little slow, but really was no match for the top 2. So I've got it 6-3-1.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm right with you. Call the Cops. What a great battle last time out. Was on the outside of a 3-way affair. Major Shepherd ended up hanging on for the win. Major Shepherd ran a great race in the Derby and in the Derby trial in its previous start. Got caught late down the lane. So it went off at $3 on the board, and Call the Cops almost took that race away. But I'm with you, not a lot of speed in here. Even if Amma Star shows more speed than it did last time out, carries it longer, and maybe Backstreet's Back shows some old speed in there, I don't think it matters. I think Call the Cops has now finally came into himself. This is one of my better plays of the day, even though it's a short price. I agree with you with number 3, Peb. Showed life 2 outs ago, and I was waiting for this horse since they put the blinkers on to run back for maiden 5, but they jumped it up to the maiden allowance level. I didn't expect that big pace battle, so I thought Peb might just run a middle, even easy race, but came like a freight train down the lane. And as Stretch said, if it was only 2 jumps or 3 jumps farther, Peb would have been the winner. So I expect this horse to also run good today. Number 1, Backstreet's Back. Didn't get out of the gate last time out. Maybe a smoother trip. gets post position number 1, which isn't always the best place, but I expect this horse to run well. And another horse to take a look at, number 2, Anchor Up. Take a look at those last 3 workouts. This horse was racing at Charlestown, 47-3 at Canterbury on June 6th, followed up by 48-4, another good half mile. And then recently, July 22nd, the horse goes 36-4 with the breezing comment, meaning doing it really easy. If you're looking for bombs away, it might be Anchor Up, but I'm taking 6-3-1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up. They're going to go 1 mile stretch. What do you got?
Okay, yeah, many contenders, they're basically going in the same distance, so it's not like they're changing it. Can the results change? Absolutely, they can change. But I went back to the horse that won the last time, and I felt that the 3 had pressure a few times, but still managed to win. And so when you know the mare wins the race, builds up some confidence, and just I think the horse certainly can win again. The horse is a win machine, I think, anyway. And so that was my top selection. The interesting horse that I have that Kirt also has is the 1. It was interesting because she did get a dream trip on the rail. Looked like something, well, I don't know if something went wrong or I was thinking the horse lost interest and kind of went back on the turn, and then suddenly I believe the call in the race was closing like gangbusters, and the horse was. And then I watched the gallop out, and sure enough, this horse was past them all. So I think the 3 is going to get a similar trip along the rail. I think the morning line is going to be at least 5-1. I'm certainly not leaving her off the ticket. So that's kind of my horse that I think that could surprise if the 3 does get a little more pressure. And then the last one, got to go back to the 4. Made a nice wide middle move in there, and if there's more pressure on the 3 or just the horse doesn't run the same race, maybe that's the horse that could come in. I'm not going to take any thunder away from Kirt's horse that he makes money with constantly, so 3-1-4 for me.
Yeah, I think Commando Comment has a huge chance if nobody goes after her. But I think She's a Pontiac's going to show speed. They got the stablemate, Lulu's Lightning, who's taking a drop in class, who also has some early foot, and number 6, Simply Fabulous, has speed to offer to the race. So I think there is going to be pace in here, and Wara can sit close and make a middle move. As you said, Don't Get Smart was in a perfect position last time out, right at the 3/8 pole, going around the turn, fell right back, and then came charging at the end. So I don't know what to make of that, but Leroy Nelson gets a call back, so maybe he can figure out what happened around the turn and correct that. But West Princess is my top pick, and this is a horse that's been running lights out all year long. Back-to-back wins to start off the year, then came back with a good second to a lone speed horse that controlled it every step of the way, but still outran everybody else. And that's why I think with a little bit of a pace battle in here, West Princess taking another drop from the 75 down to the $5,000 level where she's won twice. I think today it's win number 3 with Don't Get Smart, also in the fray, and number 3, Commando Comment. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, a $3,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Who do you like in the nightcap?
Okay, so originally, it's not an easy race to finish off the week. Everybody remembers the last race of the week, whether Kirt got it right or Stretch got it right or either way, so there's pressures on. Anyway, there is a fair amount of speed in here with many of the contenders, except the 1. So if you remember the other race 5 yesterday, there was that big duel expected, the contenders. Well, this one of the contenders is the 7, who I think will get a dream trip, a very nice first race over the track. Zentino gave this horse like an absolute perfect ride, perfect spot. I think he's going to get the same trip. Horse is in top form, and I know it's always tough to win 3 in a row, but for me it's hard to look elsewhere to have strong opinions on any of the other horses in here. So that's why it is my top selection. So because of the other speed on the other contenders, I'm looking for some closers with maybe some prices, and I'm going to start with the 2 horse. Kind of woke up 2 starts ago, ran a nice race, then went into the 5,000 level, going a mile. It wasn't a great race, but at least it's cut back. Should get a nice rail trip, and maybe the rail will open up because the other speed is out front. That gets there. Maybe a morning line of 8-1, maybe even a little higher. So that's my kind of sleeper in there. And the last one, I touted this horse a bit last time, and he didn't run very well, and that's the 6. The key here is Kayla knows how to ride this. 2 best races, she's done well with that one. So that's why it is my 3rd pick. It's Kirt's top selection. Let's see why he likes it. I got it 7-2-6.
Well, I really like Haida because there is pace in here. All the speed's going to come from the 1, 4, and 5. They're going to do the early battling. Haida can go to the front, as she did show in the 75 claimer, and she ran 3rd beaten 2 to Anwara and Victorian Moon. That was a 5-horse duel that day with Anwara sitting behind. But the time before that, when Haida came flying down to lose to Real Good Deal, either of those races definitely win this race. Throw out that last one. Kate's Princess was just much the best wire to wire. Closing horses weren't getting there. So that's a muddied up 7th beaten 10, and Kate's Princess won by 6.5. So I really like Haida in here. I like Hey Hey Runaway, the 5, running well all year long. This horse has a win 2 outs ago and a 2nd last time out as a big favorite. I think can be a stalker, and I'm with you on Videra. This is another closer in here that has back class behind it, has a good just off the pace running style. So that's why I went 6, 5, and 2. Good luck with all your selections this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race car to racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, number 5, Just for Charlotte. Make the jockey Sheldon Chickeness. That's race number 1, number 5, Just for Charlotte, will now be ridden by Sheldon Chickeness. Now turning your programs to race number 2, our co-featured event, the 42nd running of the Graduation Stakes. We'll go back to race number 1. In race 1, number 5, Just for Charlotte, did not run on blinkers in the first start of 2021. Once again, race number 1, number 5, Just for Charlotte, did not wear blinkers in that start in 2021. Now turning your programs to race number 2, our co-featured event, the 42nd running of the Graduation Stakes. First off, medication change on number 2, Spice Force, will run on first-time Lasix. That's here in race number 2, number 2, Spice Force, will run on first-time Lasix. Number 4, Kitten, add the owner, Oslin Bell. Once again in race number 2, number 4, Kitten, add the owner, Oslin Bell. Now turning your programs to race number 3. In race 3, there is one lone overweight, and the Silks will be on the 2 and the 5. In race number 3, there is a guarantee in the Jackpot Pick 5 if you are the single winner of the Jackpot Pick 5. Even though there's $11,000 only in the carryover, you will receive $250,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Scratch number 4, Barely Regal. Scratch number 6, Don't Blame Coco. And scratch number 7, Misgiving. That's race number 4. Scratch the 4, Barely Regal. Scratch the 6, Don't Blame Coco. And scratch number 7, Misgiving. Number 5, Oscar the Gulch. The ownership should read Deborah Fancy and Blair Huston. Now turning your programs to race number 5. Just a couple overweights on your television monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Again, just a few overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our Jackpot High 5 race of the evening. The carryover, over $90,000. Expect that to go over $100,000 this evening. Well, it's a beautiful day for racing again here in Winnipeg. Currently under mostly cloudy skies. The temperature, 25 degrees Celsius or 77 degrees Fahrenheit. And the track is listed as fast, a fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race car to racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 14 minutes. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're gonna kick off our Wednesday card of racing with our co-featured event. It's the 46th running of the R.C. Anderson Memorial, going 1 mile for the 3-year-old fillies. Stretch 1-9 on Melisandre.
That is about right. She is a superstar, and smart move by the owners to put this horse where the horse fits the condition. So why not? You're running for $35,000. Build up the confidence. I mentioned on ASD Live, I didn't think she was as good as the others in the first start, and I learned my lesson. I'm on board, as you should be. You look at her breeding. Her breeding says she can go the distance. She's already won going the distance. What else is there to say? She is the best 3-year-old filly right now, at least from Manitoba.
I think in Western Canada right now, she just keeps pouring it on every time she runs, and she does it so easy. That 1:11.3 she ran in the Chantilly against Fox Appeal and Fire on Command, that was a standout race.
It was absolutely. And take note that the 1:13, you might say, oh, that's a little slow, but look at the variant, and my numbers had this horse. It was about 5 or 6 lengths that day. So that's where you can't compare times from day to day. Just more of just a statement. Yeah, she's the real deal. It's going to be exciting to watch. You can't really bet her to win, or you wouldn't. But
well, you can't make money betting her to win.
Good call. Okay, so second, we both have the 1 for second, and I chose the 1 because the horse ran against Older last time. Chased all the way around basically, and ran a nice even race against the older filly and mares, and was very competitive, and I think a great tightener. Good move again by a trainer to find a nice prep race for her, and I think she's going to just sit back and kind of do about the same thing and make sure she gets second, and maybe take a late run, and if Melisandre's close, give it a run late, not go after her early.
Yeah, I doubt they'll go and try and bang heads like they did in the Chantilly. That cost Maybella everything. She looks really good in here after that last start, losing to a couple older horses. So Maybella is my second choice. So to make money in here, you might have to go after straight triactors. We're a little different on the bottom. I took Marianda, who did beat Reasonable Cause in the Hazel Wright-Sire Stakes, but you took Reasonable Cause because you've been saying that this horse is begging for distance.
That's exactly my angle, and that's why I put the horse in there. I just think that the horse, the first few starts, just getting better longer. That race 2 back was just starting to get going, and that's why I use that horse as my third horse.
And with the yearling sale coming up on August the 22nd on the Red River X grounds right behind us, just a point of note, Maybella has a half-brother, hip number 21 in the sale. Melisandre is a full sister in the sale, hip number 10. Bring a fat wallet for that one. And Reasonable Cause also has a full sister, and she's a full sister to Escape Clause, the mighty Escape Clause. That's hip number 7 in the sale. So watch out. They have some good yearlings coming up that'll be 2-year-olds next year. Very exciting. That yearling sale, August 22nd, Red River X grounds. It is right behind the clubhouse, but let's go to our bets here in the 46th running of the R.C. Anderson Stretch. Pick 3.
Yeah, just before, that's incredible. You named about 6 or 7 solid hip numbers for that already. Ooh, wow.
It is going to be a great sale.
That just shows you how the Manitoba breds are just getting better and better. And you might have to go elsewhere once they win here and you go into the fall and go from there. Wow, that's very exciting.
Well, Escape Clause and her baby just sold for $1 million just a couple of months ago in the sale. They sold together, the yearling and Escape Clause. So Manitoba breds, big money.
No kidding. Here we go. $10 pick 3. Instead of playing the double, I mentioned the 2 in the next race and the 3 in the second race is probably going to be about the same price as this one. 2 with 3, and I picked 3 horses in the last leg, 1, 5, and 6.
And what I like to do in these short fields, let's load up on the triactor. $20 straight, 2, 1, and 4. Good luck with all your wagers here in the R.C. Anderson Memorial, and we'll see you right back for race number 2, the Graduation Stakes. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our co-featured event here in race number 1. It's the 46th running of the R.C. Anderson Memorial. They go 1 mile for $35,000. Number 1 is Maybella, owned by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Melisandra, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Artisan Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is Reasonable Cause, owned by Artisan Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Marianda, owned by 7 Up Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Caleb Pizarro. Rounding out our field is number 5, Just for Charlotte, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Sean Morin with Sheldon Chickeness. Following the running of the R.C. Anderson Memorial, Wayne Anderson, the Vice President of the CTHS Manitoba Division, will make a presentation to the winning connections. Post time for the R.C. Anderson, 5 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Wednesday with a stake race for Manitoba bred fillies. We're going a mile, 2 turns. It is a horse race, so anything can happen sometimes, but a lot has to happen for this 3-year-old filly not to win the race. She is the real deal. One of the top horses in the country for 3-year-old fillies, especially in Manitoba. Right to the lead, handle the distance. Who's running second? I think the one is. The one is been the distance, could chase the 2 around and handily second. I've got it 2-1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I got a 2-1 also. The 1 last time out, we don't need to talk about the 2, undefeated in 7 starts. But Maybella ran against 2 older horses last time out in Sweet Design. So ran absolutely huge as a 3-year-old. Now what you're going to have to do, I think, is fill in your triactor. You either go with Stretch, Reasonable Cause, or myself thinking Maybella's going to run a bigger one. So I went 2-1-4. Good luck here in race 1. Maybella leads the Manitoba bred 3-year-old fillies into the starting gate. On the outside, Just for Charlotte is in. Now the undefeated Melisandre. She steps up and in. 2 left to load. Reasonable Cause. And now just waiting on Marianda. They're all set. They're at the post. Just for Charlotte, fractious in the gate. There will be a slight delay into the running of race number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to report, and this is a first race. Scratch number 5, just for Charlotte. Once again, a late scratch to report, and this is the first race. Scratch number 5, just for Charlotte. If you did wager on number 5, just for Charlotte, there will be a complete refund. If you use just for Charlotte in your early pick 3s, the favorite at post time will be substituted. Late scratch here in the first. Scratch the 5, just for Charlotte. The field is now re-entered into the starting gate. Maybella, Melisandre, Reasonable Cause, and Marianda. All set and ready. We're just waiting on number 5, just for Charlotte, is loose in behind. So now they've decided to unload the rest of the field. Post time for race number 1, approximately 2 minutes away. Maybella ready to go back into the starting gate. Melisandre, she steps up and in. Only 2 left to load. Reasonable Cause. Now just waiting on Marianda. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off in the 46th running of the R.C. Anderson Memorial. Quickly from the inside as expected. Melisandre shows some early speed, but they're going to test her a bit today as she's getting pressure on the outside from Marianda. These two battling it out in the early stages. Settling back for third, Reasonable Cause, and Maybella is the early trailer. The opening quarter, 24-2. Melisandre on the inside. Marianda looking her in the eye. Too wide. Reasonable Cause sitting back 2 lengths. And then Maybella is the trailer, but she's only 2.5 off the lead. Melisandre starts kicking it in through a half in 50-1, and now separating a little from Marianda on the outside. Reasonable Cause trying to get closer in third, and Maybella still patiently back in fourth. Melisandre has opened up her lead now to 2.5 as she's really starting to get it going. Back in second, Marianda. 3/4 in 1:15-3. Reasonable Cause in third, and Maybella the trailer. Stanley Chady Jr. looks back as they hit the head of the lane, and he is coasting there. As he's coming to the 16th pole, the margin is widening up by 7, 8, 9. Melisandre takes the R.C. Anderson Memorial. Marianda second best. Third's going to go to Reasonable Cause. And fourth to Maybella. The Stewart's supposed to number 2, Melisandre, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Marianda. Third to number 3, Reasonable Cause. And fourth to number 1, Maybella. They went the opening quarter 24-2, the half 50-1. 6 furlongs, 1:15-3. Time for the mile, 1:43. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the undefeated winner here of the 46th running of the R.C. Anderson Memorial. That's number 2, Melisandre. Melisandre is a chestnut filly, 3 years old, by Going Commando, out of the mare High Pioneer by Pioneering. Owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the mile, 1:43. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand Wayne Anderson, the Vice President of the CTHS Manitoba Division, to make a presentation to the winning connections. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second and co-featured event. It's a 42nd running of the Graduation Stakes for 2-year-olds. Number 2, Spice Force, will run on first-time Lasix. Number 4, Kitten, the ownership should read Shelley Brown, Harvey Warner, Gene McEwen, Steve Holborn, E&J Stable, and Oslin Bell. Once again in the second race, number 2, Spice Force, will run on first-time Lasix. Number 4, Kitten, the ownership, Shelley Brown, Harvey Warner, Gene McEwen, Steve Holborn, B&J Stable, and Oslin Bell. Post time for the Graduation Stakes, 20 minutes away. And they're off in the 46th running of the R.C. Anderson Memorial. Quickly from the inside, as expected, Melisandre shows some early speed, but they're going to test her a bit today as she's getting pressure on the outside from Marianda. These two battling it out in the early stages. Settling back for third, Reasonable Cause, and Maybella is the early trailer. The opening quarter, 24-2. Melisandre on the inside. Marianda looking her in the eye. Too wide. Reasonable Cause sitting back 2 lengths. And then Maybella is the trailer, but she's only 2.5 off the lead. Melisandre starts kicking it in through a half in 50-1, and now separating a little from Marianda on the outside. Reasonable Cause trying to get closer in third, and Maybella still patiently back in fourth. Melisandre has opened up her lead now to 2.5 as she's really starting to get it going. Back in second, Marianda, 3/4 in 1:15-3. Reasonable Cause in third, and Maybella the trailer. Stanley Chady Jr. looks back as they hit the head of the lane, and he is coasting there. As he's coming to the 16th pole, the margin is widening up by 7, 8, 9. Melisandre takes the R.C. Anderson Memorial. Marianda second best. Third's going to go to Reasonable Cause, and fourth to Maybella. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2, our co-featured event, the 42nd running of the graduation stakes for 2-year-olds. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Number 2, Spies Force, will run on first-time Lasix. Number 4, Kitten, add Oslin Bell to the ownership stretch. An easy win for Melisandre.
Yeah, I don't. There's no surprise there. It's just fun watching a horse like that, and just she's getting braver. They tried to push her early, and then slowly started pulling away, and was in a gallop out at the end. Full credit to the Marianda on pressing, giving to see what she had, and
instead of just letting her go and playing chase. She actually gave her a bit of run for about a half a mile.
She did, and then the best part is she ran second still, so that's really good. I think if you're an owner, you do that and you run third or fourth, you're kind of frustrated a little bit with that. So she's obviously a horse that can go the distance, and like you said, she had trouble last time that 4. Okay, moving on. We've got another stake race, 2-year-olds. Going 5, sorry, the last one was 3-year-olds, but this is 2-year-old stake race. Going 5 furlongs. This time, the 1 and 3 have been 5 furlongs. The last race we had yesterday, 4.5. Then they extended. They moved it up to 5. So they're ready to go. Diamond Digger looked like the real deal. They bet it like he was, and came out of the gate, moved up, and just took over. And you just compare the size of this 2-year-old and how much bigger he is compared to some of the other ones. This horse could get even better on this second start, and so it's impressive. I think we were talking the first one is after it was like $3. Is this horse really? It's hard to bet a first-time starter down to $3 when there's so many unknowns. And
where I took mean money that day, and I thought I was getting great odds at almost 5 to 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And probably while you're calling the races, thinking, "Oh no."
Yeah, well, after 3/8 of a mile, I knew I was in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, so it's another good one. You're not going to get much value in here, but. Yeah, my second selection is Mean Money. The horse showed a lot of speed. I think the horse is going to improve a little bit. Is it enough improvement to beat the 3? We'll have to see. That the horses can, after one start, you just never know. And that's why I went to that one. Kirt, you've got the 4 selected as second.
Yeah, well, I took the 3 on top, but number 5, Thirsty Ears, has 6 siblings, but one of them, Saurus, is still running down in Canterbury. That horse has won 5 out of 16, and it showed blazing speed in every start. Even a 1,000-yard race was tucked in there. And this horse has some nice workouts. June 30th, 36 flat, and the most recent one, 36 and 4 for another 3/8. So I'm thinking this one might be like Saurus is, a little bit of speed, and that'll do is hook up with the 1 Mean Money. Diamond Digger will be right around there. So I'm taking a second choice that I think will be a rallier in the race, and that's number 4, Kitten. Kitten, the sire, winning from 6 to a mile and a 16th, 5 wins, 300,000 plus in earnings. Ridge Kitten, the mom, 9 wins, over 130,000 in earnings. A full brother and a full sister, both broke their maidens, sitting in the non-2s right now. But Shelley Brown does very well with her 2-year-olds. So that's why I think this Kitten is a little bit of a runner in here. The workouts are good. Couple 38s to start off for the 3 furlongs. But it's the most recent one that stood out to me. A half a mile in 50 and 3 out of the starting gate on July 22nd or 27th. So I think this one's going to be a big rallier down the lane. So that's why I took it as my second selection.
Yeah, fair analysis. I like your thinking there, and I can't disagree. But that being said, you're looking at first-time starters, so it always is a little bit of a guess.
Oh, definitely. It's a guessing game from their first to second, even to their third start. Remember, they're just learning all of this, and they've had workouts in the morning. They might have broke out of the gate with 2 other horses. Now you got a field of 5, and you have everybody screaming, getting their horses out of the gate. It is a different scenario for these 2-year-olds when they hit race time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I selected the 5 because of the speed work on that last one. And so, yeah, I've got it the 3-1-5. Looking forward to another stake race and seeing if maybe Diamond Digger might be the next up-and-coming superstar.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, we're going to start off with you. Both going after the pick 3.
Yeah, rolling pick 3s. That's what I'm going with. Usually don't do that, but just how the race sets up, or the races are structured in the odds. So yeah, $2 pick 3 with 1, 5, 6, and then go all in the 2-year-old race.
And myself, I'm going for a $5 pick 3. I'm taking the 3 in here with the 1 and 6. With the 1, 2, 3, I'm leaving one horse out, which I hate doing, but I am gonna do it. I'm taking a stand. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 2, and we'll see you back for race 3. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our co-featured event here in race number 2. It's a 42nd running of the Graduation Stakes, going 5 furlongs for a purse of $35,000. Number 1 is Mean Money, owned and trained by Devin Gittins, Caleb Pizarro aboard. Number 2 is Spice Force, owned by Pierre Esquirol and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Rafael Zentino Jr. Number 3 is Diamond Digger, owned by The Young and the Rest of Us, trained by Michael Nault with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Kitten, owned by Shelley Brown, Harvey Warner, Gene McEwen, Steve Holborn, B&J Stable, and Oslin Bell, trained by Shelley Brown with Dwight Lewis. Rounding out the field is number 5, Thirsty Ears, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Following the running of the Graduation Stakes, our CEO, Darren Dunn, will make a trophy presentation to the winning connections. Post time for the Graduation Stakes, 6 minutes away.
now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Right, back-to-back stakes races with big favorites. This one's going only 5 furlong for the 2-year-olds. There are a few more unknowns in this race. The 3 race stands out on paper on that first start. Look good there. The other horses to consider, I went to the 1 Mean Money as my second selection. This horse showed a lot of speed against the 3 last time out. I think this horse is going to carry the speed a little bit farther. Maybe not beat the horse, but might complete your exactor. So I've got it 3-1-5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the 3-horse. Diamond Digger looks so good first time out, drawing off to win by 7. Michael Nault had banking on Betty yesterday in the debutante. That is now 2 in a row. So he's doing really well with his babies. I like the 4 in the exactor, currently at 6-1. And I also like your 1 Mean Money, who could be the speed of the speed, the lone filly against the boys. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2. Time. Mean Money, the first to take her place in the starting gate. Spice Force goes in. Next up, the overwhelming favorite. That's the 3 Diamond Digger. 2 left to load. Kitten. She's one of the 2 firsters in the race. And now just waiting on Thirsty Ears, the other first-time starter, on the outside. Spice Force a little fractious in the starting gate. They're all in. They're at the post. And they're off in the 42nd running of the Graduation Stakes. From the inside, Mean Money shows really good speed and captures the early lead by a length. To the inside, Diamond Digger, after a poor beginning, grabs the rail and takes over as the early leader. Back to second, Mean Money. Kitten on the outside in third. Fourth, Thirsty Ears, and fifth, Spice Force. 3 lengths from front to back as they sizzled the opening quarter in 22 seconds. Diamond Digger, the 1 to 5 choice as they hit the head of the lane, has the lead by 2. Mean Money still in hot pursuit in second. Coming up the rails, Spice Force on the outside. Kitten now showing some late run, but Diamond Digger at the 16th pole will not get caught and will win the 42nd running of the Graduation Stakes. Second will go to Mean Money. Third will go to Kitten. Very close for fourth. The Stewards posted number 3, Diamond Digger, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Mean Money. Third to number 4, Kitten. A photograph has been called to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter 22 seconds, the half 46 and 3. Time for the 5 furlongs, a sharp 1 minute and 2/5. Results of the photo show number 2, Spice Force, finished in 4th. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the 42nd running of the Graduation Stakes, that's number 3, Diamond Digger. Diamond Digger is a dark bay or brown gelding, 2 years old, by Violence, out of the mare Prayer Bell by Pulpit, owned by the Young and the Rest of Us, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 2/5. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand our CEO Darren Dunn to make a trophy presentation to the winning connections. Also, congratulations goes out to jockey Stanley Chady Jr. for scoring the early stakes daily double. 2 wins for jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. There are no changes. But we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in the Jackpot Pick 5. Turning your programs to race number 4. Scratch number 4, Barely Regal. Scratch number 6, Don't Blame Coco. And scratch number 7, Misgiving. That's race number 4. Scratch the 4, Barely Regal. Number 6, Don't Blame Coco. And number 7, Misgiving. Number 5, Oscar the Gulch. The ownership should read Deborah Fancy and Blair Huston. There are no changes in race 5, 6, or 7. Jackpot Pick 5. If you're the lone ticket, you will get $250,000 guaranteed. They go to post in 18 minutes. As the early leader, back to second, Mean Money. Kitten on the outside in third, fourth, Thirsty Ears, and fifth, Spice Force. 3 lengths from front to back as they sizzled the opening quarter in 22 seconds. Diamond Digger, the 1 to 5 choice as they hit the head of the lane, has the lead by 2. Mean Money still in hot pursuit in second. Coming up the rails, Spice Force on the outside. Kitten now showing some late run, but Diamond Digger at the 16th pole will not get caught and will win the 42nd running of the Graduation Stakes. Second will go to Mean Money. Third will go to Kitten. Very close for fourth. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with a $3,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs stretch. Who do you like to kick off the Pick 5?
I've got a comment on the Diamond Digger. I got the name right.
Yeah, you did get it
yes.
right. Congratulations.
That horse, since I saw him about 2 weeks ago, I think it's got even bigger if that's possible. And to mention, as you mentioned, the horse broke slow, even move, huge future. It was great. It's always great to watch, as I mentioned a few times today. I know it didn't pay much to win. You got to just watch it for the love of the game of watching those type of horses. Also good to see Mean Money did improve.
Yes, it did.
It kept trying. It's just not, not the same size. It's like 2 strides to Diamond Digger's 1.
And again, it's a Manitoba bred against open horses, and that's not always easy. State breds, there are some really good ones. We've seen Banking on Betty yesterday, but there's no disgrace losing to Diamond Digger.
Absolutely not. Here we go. That is not a misprint again up there. 250,000 if you're the only ticket.
Even though there's 11,000 in the pool?
Yes, don't get confused on that. That you might see sites that say that what the carryover is, but if you are the only ticket, so don't play my ticket today. It's 250,000. Here we go. We will not have a $2.40 horse in here. We're going to have a competitive field of 6, and it's not. I didn't find it that easy. I know Kirt and I have the same 3 horses, but Bradley, let's find the 5. Let's start with the 5 out there. Triple Live is the horse I selected, and the reason I chose this horse, I liked how he ran down Lone Speed. I think there's speed to run at. I think he's going to just sit back. Nyrone gave a closer a real good ride yesterday, right up the rail to win it. It was the 7 horse, got the horse on the rail and then win it. So I'm going back.
Dreams?
Thank you, Hidden Dreams. Yep, I knew you would know that. And I'm going to go back to him. Like I said, the horse is moving up in class a little bit, but it's not a crazy move. The figures say that the horse belongs in this field. The horse is running sharp. That's my top selection. Kirt, what's your top selection?
Well, in here, I went to number 1, Commander McDivitt. I really like the way this horse ran in the last 2 starts. 2 outs ago, Honor Road went to the lead and didn't relinquish it. But Coley did come with a late run from well back. But Commander McDivitt went up and challenged, and Honor Road just dig in and took the win away. Last time out, ran against a really tough one in Young Boy, who ran second in its previous start, and that was a really good second, 8 lengths ahead of the rest of the field. And those are horses that Stretch loves betting back and didn't disappoint that day. Now that they're going 7.5, I think Commander McDivitt is the lone speed in here. So if that does happen and Commander McDivitt gets that lead, it might be tough for Bacoli to make a big late charge and just might run out of ground.
Yeah, no, I like your selection. As mentioned on ASD Live, I was not going to fall into the trap that you have, and I put the 1 in second because of those seconds. You're right, that horse ran really well. We are going 7.5. We've talked all meet long. Get on the rail and go from there for sure. Any others you're gonna kind of mention there, Kirt?
Well, I do like Triple Live in there, but maybe 10's Legacy you want to take a look at. Took the drop last time out, showed a little speed on the inside, but then ended up tiring. But this is a horse that maybe if it doesn't want to go battle and sit back and make a better charge, and speed is holding, which you can't really tell right now after the first 2 races. I think 10's Legacy can definitely be one that jumps up and runs really well.
Yep, that's fair. That horse is sitting on a wake-up race, only a few starts for sure.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. We're going to start it off with Stretch. You're going to be 2 for 2 early.
Yes. So I'm taking a chance. It's basically going to be a $48. I'm hoping it's a $48 win ticket on the last leg. So I've got all in here. I've got all in the 2-year-old race, hoping for some long shots maybe. 3 and 6, trying to beat the big favorite because that's the only way I'm getting the 250,000. I've got almost all in the 6th, which is 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, and I'm keying the 7 in the last.
And myself, I'm doing a different approach. I'm taking the 1-6 in the first. I'm taking all, that's 4 horses in the second leg. Then I'm keying the 6, Call the Cops, with the 1-3-7, rounding it out with 4 horses, the 2-5-6-7. But I'm betting a 60-cent ticket because I want it 3 times whatever it pays. So that's going to cost $57.60. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $9,800. Number 1 is Commander McDivitt, owned by Lynn Blackbird, trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Ten's Legacy, owned by Bill Michael and Wind Answer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Praise Loudly, owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Witt Loves Tacos, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 5 is Triple Live, owned by Dialed In Racing Stable, trained by Craig Smith with Nyrone Austin. Rounding out the field is number 6, Bucoli, owned by River Park Stables, trained by Devin Gittins with Rafael Zentino Jr. Jackpot High 5 wagering here in race number 3. They go to post in 6 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Three is going 7.5 furlongs. That means 2 turns. Bit of a run up to the first turn. I've got it down to the 1, 5, and 6. I leaned on the 5 Triple Live as my top selection. I just think that there's enough speed in here that can set it up for this horse. I like how this horse has been running down horses. Now is going to be having a little more speed to run it down. I think you're getting a fair price at 7-2. I've got the 1 as well. That horse could be caught in the duel a bit, but put the other speed away. I'm going to go 5, 1, 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I like number 1, Commander McDivitt. It can either go to the lead and secure the rail, which is very dangerous, going 7 and 7.5, or just be a stalker. Just off of it, I like that Antonio Whitehall retains the mount after running second to Young Boy. So I think Commander McDivitt is a big play on the inside, and look for number 6, Bucoli, to be flying at him late. Good luck here in race 3. Commander McDivitt, the first one locked away in the starting gate. 10's Legacy now moves in. Next up, Praise Loudly. Loves Tacos. The next up. 2 left to load. Triple Live. And now just waiting on Bacoli. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Ken's Legacy quickly shoots out to grab the early lead. Wit Loves Tacos with the same idea, and these two are going to battle it out early. Settled back in third. That's going to be Triple Live with Commander McDivitt. Praise Loudly. On the outside in fifth, and the trailer is going to be Bacoli. 24-2 the opening quarter. On the quick side, Wit Loves Tacos has the lead, but Praise Loudly now moves up on the outside in second. Ken's Legacy making it a trio in between horses. Settled back behind them, Triple Live, Commander McDivitt, and Bacoli now 3 wide in the second pack. The half 49-2. And Praise Loudly goes by and takes a lead by a length. Back to second, Wit Loves Tacos, Bacoli. On the outside, looming in third. And then it's back to Triple Live, Ken's Legacy, Commander McDivitt, the trailer. They hit the head of the lane. Praise Loudly has that lead by a length and a half. Bacoli coming with some late run on the outside. Wit's Taco back to third. Praise Loudly is trying to hang on inside the 16th pole and is gonna do it. Praise Loudly wins by 2. Bacoli will be second best. Third's gonna go to Wit Loves Tacos, and fourth to Triple Live. The stewards have posted number 3, Praise Loudly, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Bacoli. Third to number 4, Wit Loves Tacos. And fourth to number 5, Triple Live. They went the opening quarter 24-2. The half 49-2. 6 furlongs, 114-3. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 136. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 3. That's number 3, Praise Loudly. Praise Loudly is a chestnut gelding, 4 years old, by Boisterous, under the mare Made to Worship by Minister's Wildcat. Owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 136. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Scratch number 4, Barely Regal. Scratch number 6, Don't Blame Coco. And scratch number 7, Misgiving. Number 5, Oscar the Gulch. The ownership should read Deborah Fancy and Blair Huston. We will carry on with the rest of the changes. In this evening's pick 4, there's no changes in race 5, 6, or 7. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here. In race number 4, they go to post in 18 minutes. All set, they're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Ken's Legacy quickly shoots out to grab the early lead. Wit Loves Tacos with the same idea, and these two are gonna battle it out early. Settled back in third. That's going to be Triple Live with Commander McDivitt. Praise Loudly. On the outside in fifth, and the trailer is going to be Bacoli. 24 into the opening quarter. On the quick side, Wit Loves Tacos has the lead, but Praise Loudly now moves up on the outside in second. Ken's Legacy making it a trio in between horses. Settled back behind them, Triple Live, Commander McDivitt, and Bacoli now 3 wide in the second pack. The half 49 and 2. And Praise Loudly goes by and takes a lead by a length. Back to second, Wit Loves Tacos, Bacoli. On the outside, looming in third. And then it's back to Triple Live, Ken's Legacy, Commander McDivitt, the trailer. They hit the head of the lane. Praise Loudly has that lead by a length and a half. Bacoli coming with some late run on the outside. Witch Taco back to third. Praise Loudly is trying to hang on and try inside the 16th pole and is gonna do it. Praise Loudly wins by 2. Bacoli will be second best. Third's gonna go to Wit Loves Tacos, and fourth to Triple Live. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $15,000 claimer for 2-year-old maidens. They're going to go 4.5 furlongs. Scratch number 4, Barely Regal. Scratch the 6, Dope Lane Coco. Scratch the 7, Misgiving. And with all those scratches, delete Superfecta wagering and a special welcome to TVG and all their viewers. 2 big favorites in the 2 first races, wire to wire. And if you didn't see the last one, just off the pace, praise loudly, got the job done. So stretch on to race number 4. We had 2 claims in the last race. Turning your programs back to race number 3, number 5, Triple Live, was claimed for $3,500 by Back on Track Stables trainer Jennifer Jordan. Also claimed for $3,500, number 6, Bacoli, claimed by Jared Brown, owner-trainer. Okay, Stretch, it's baby time. Who do you like in the 4th?
It is. So we're down to 4. It changed it completely because the 4 would have been the big even money or less horse in here, so that opens it up. I'm going to let you let's start with the 1 horse. Give me some breeding that you've got. You've done some great research.
Okay, Brown Owl has a full brother, guaranteed delivery. That is still a maiden, but the sire, Vengeful Wildcat, has thrown a lot of good runners in the last 3 years. Take a look back in race number 2. Mean Money is one of them, and that ran second in the stake race. So Brown Owl has a good father. San Clara, the 2 horse, that horse did not wear blinkers in its last start, but will wear blinkers today out of Kentucky Bear. This is also a 2020 sales grad. Number 3, No Surprise. The mom won 8 out of 20 and loved sprinting. Does have a full sister by the name of I Suppose in 2 starts, has a couple of 4th place finishes. And the 5, Oscar the Gulch. The mom won 2 races at Lethbridge, is a full to Twisted Oliver, and Twisted Oliver hasn't hit the winner's circle, only 1 lifetime start. But in saying that, looking at the board, it looks like the 1 is taking all the money.
Yeah, and that is actually my top selection. We do our selections before we see how the early money comes out. We do them in the afternoon. And the reason I took this horse as the top selection, I like the steady works. That's what I'm always looking for, the consistency, kind of getting used to it. I like the horse even more just looking at him in the paddock. Looks great. Also, Elton Dickey is good with first-time starters, and that's another angle that I've mentioned over with the 2-year-olds or even first-time starters, is look for horse trainers that usually do quite well early on, and that's another one. I like also with the 1 has a 4 furlong work, and they're only going 4.5. He's got 2 4 furlong works, so that's solid. That's why that's my top selection. Kirt?
Yeah, I went to the 3 horse in here because I love the mom, knows the pose. She was a good sprinter, winning a lot of restricted Manitoba bred races, building up the bankroll, True Sense, a good sire here in Manitoba. And Jerry Gorno had these horses down in Texas before coming here. The best one is on June the 28th, where it worked in company with San Clara. They both went 37-3. Yes, San Clara didn't run very well first time out, but I expect these horses to run a lot better this time. At least San Clara, No Surprise, does debut on Lasix, and it's because of the mom that I really like this one today.
Yeah, no, for sure. As you mentioned about San Clara, it didn't run great, but they had some high hopes. It was in maiden special weight. It was against Diamond Digger, who you saw in the crush in the 2nd race.
And Mean Money ran second,
and
third
Mean
place
Money
finisher.
Exactly. So it's only 1 start. So you've got to give the horse another chance. I wouldn't disregard and say, oh, suddenly beaten finishing 5th, 33 and 3/4 lengths or a quarter length, that extra half. I'm still going to go on 33.5.
Well, once you get to 5th and you know you aren't gaining ground, every racetrack, the jockeys, the effort just really isn't there. So whether you're beaten by 15 or 30, it's no different. You're just saying, okay, let's pack it in, wait for another day, and today's another day. So that's why I expect a lot of improvement.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Now the 3-horse is taking money, currently 6-5 on the board.
Well, you selected it. When Kirt talks, people listen.
Oh, okay, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Kicking off the pick 4. Stretch, how are you going to start it off?
Okay, like I said, we play these tickets and I may adjust. Sometimes I say, hey Beth, let's change the ticket. Not today. It's Adam anyway. 1 and 3 in the, so $1 pick 4. 1 and 3 in the first race, in the first leg. 3 and 6, I'm trying to beat the big favorite. It's going to be tough. And then I've got a bunch. 1, 3, 4, 5, 7 in the 6th. And now I've got 2, 6, and 7 in the last leg. Remember, in the pick 5, I keyed the 7. That's how I like to play it, kind of a saver. If the 2 or 6 win, the pick 4 is going to pay big.
See, myself for pick 4s this year, the first and last leg have been the worst. So as you can tell, I'm loaded up in both of those. I hit the all button. Then I keyed the 6, call the cops to try and go wire to wire in the next leg. Then I took 3 horses, 1, 3, and 7. With the 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, I'm also spending $60. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 4.5 furlongs for $13,300. Number 1 is Brown Owl, owned by Frank Johnson and S&J Kootenai, trained by Elton Dickey with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is San Clara, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is No Surprise, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Checkadas. Number 4, Barely Regal with Scratched. Number 5 is Oscar the Gulch, owned by Deborah Fancy and Blair Huston, trained by Larry Sizik with Andre Martin. Number 6, Don't Blame Coco, and number 7, Misgiving were scratched. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. They go to post in 5 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go, 2-year-olds going 4.5 furlongs. A lot of unknowns because we've got 3 first-time starters, the 1, 3, and 4. The 2 has had 1 started, but it wasn't very good. I've landed on the same horse as the public currently, which is the favorite, and that's the 1. Took the 1. It's got some nice steady works. I like the trainer with his winning early angle, so right to the, potentially right to the lead. After that, the 3 is the horse been training down south. So I've got it 1, 3, 2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I got the same 3 horses as you in here, but I went to number 3, Nose the Pose, because the mom loved to win, and she loved to show speed. So that's why I took her on top. I also respect your 1 horse on the inside, Elton Dickey. Very good with first-time starters that are Manitoba breds. Eventual Wildcat is a hot sire. You'll see 4 of them in the yearling sale. This might have been a good one out of the 2020 yearling sale. Good luck here in race 4.
Time.
The first of the 2-year-olds enter the starting gate. San Clara, she'll move in. Only 2 left. No Surprises turn. And now just waiting on Oscar the Gulch. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, San Clara quickly shoots out and grabs the early lead by a length. On the outside, No Surprise showing speed, as is Brown Owl, who now takes over second, and Oscar the Gulch will be the early trailer. San Clara still coasting with the lead through an opening quarter at 23-3. Brown Owl on the outside, now locking horns with San Clara as they hit the head of the lane. These two battling, Oscar the Gulch and No Surprise back in third and fourth, but San Clara is digging in. Brown Owl on the outside, San Clara, but Brown Owl now is the best. Brown Owl is going to take it by 3 seconds. Going to be to San Clara. Oscar the Gulch in third and fourth to No Surprise. The Stewarts have posted number 1, Brown Owl, as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, San Clara. Third to number 5, Oscar the Gulch. And fourth to number 3, No Surprise. They went the opening quarter 23-3. The half 48-4. Time for the 4.5 furlongs, 56-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 4, that's number 1, Brown Owl. Brown Owl is a big gelding, 2 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat, out of the mare Plain Brown, by Sightseeing. Owned by Frank Johnson, S&J Kootenay. Trained by Elton Dickey, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 4.5 furlongs, 56-1. Number 1, Brown Owl, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Dr. Betty Hughes. Also, congratulations goes out to jockey Stanley Chady Jr., who scores the hat trick. 3 wins for jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 5, 20 minutes away. They're at post. And they're off. From the inside, San Clara quickly shoots out and grabs the early lead by a length. On the outside, no surprise, showing speed, as is Brown Owl, who now takes over second. And Oscar the Gulch will be the early trailer. San Clara still coasting with the lead through an opening quarter at 23-3. Brown Owl on the outside, now locking horns with San Clara as they hit the head of the lane. These two battling Oscar the Gulch, and no surprise back in third and fourth, but San Clara is digging in. Brown Owl on the outside, San Clara, but Brown Owl now is the best. Brown Owl is going to take it by 3 seconds. Going to be to San Clara. Oscar the Gulch in third and fourth, to no surprise. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5 for this allowance race. 4 3 and up maidens are going to go 6 furlongs. A special welcome to TVG and their viewers once again. Stretch quite the battle between Brown Owl and San Clara, and we said maybe that blinkers on was going to be a big change, and wasn't it? 33 length, pretty well a 30 length difference.
Yeah, well, we talked about it in the first 2-year-old and this 2-year-old, and you know that you don't base everything on one start, especially when it's a bad start or a poor effort. Obviously, if the horse wasn't, obviously the horse had some talent, or they wouldn't have even gone onto the racetrack yet. The still horse would have had to learn. So, no surprise at all. That exactor was
that was a surprise.
Wow, that payout and then
20 for $1.
Yeah, crazy in that race, and we were talking about the 1 and the works, and it showed that I like when that 4 furlong work went and just really kind of put him over the top. It kept going, so that was good. Okay, race 5, here we go. We both got the same horse on top. Bradley, let's find the 6 out there. Call the Cops is going to be the favorite. Has run a bunch of really good races. I got 3 back. I had lost complete hope for him, and then the next start ran a really good race to Impressive Sense, who's gone on to do some good things, and then last race was an absolute all-out duel. Those are his
a 3-way duel.
3-way duel.
Call the Cops was on the outside.
Exactly right, and the fractions were so quick. Pretty good, not a bad time for the maiden level. And you notice who the horse that won, Master Shepherd, who ran a nice
Major Shepherd.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't going to get it correctly. Ran a huge race in the Derby. Ran a real nice race.
Yeah.
And showed up. Good
Awesome.
ride. Yeah. So there you go. You know it's a live race. Should get loose. That's got to be the top selection. Mentioned though, all those seconds worrisome, but those last couple races just are too good. It's hard to go past that horse. Yeah, anything to add on the 6 there?
No, it seems like the track is playing to a little bit to speed now. It seemed that in most of the races, we never seen anybody rally from way off it. Yes, we did have big favorites in there. So Call the Cops off that lively race, as long as that didn't knock him out some way, but just looks dynamite in the paddock. I think Call the Cops, it's his race to lose, but there is other speed in here. Number 5, Amistar, did show speed for a 1/4 mile in the debut before tiring, but what I like is an equipment change, tongue tie on. If the horse swallows its tongue, it means it's not able to breathe fully, and that's why it would back up, and a nice work in 49. So maybe look at Amistar to get in your try a little bit here.
Yeah, that's a real good a mention of that horse with the work in there, just like we saw in the 4th race, how that horse didn't run very well and came back with the top effort. My second selection is the 3, as is yours. I like this horse coming into the last race. I didn't think he would win in the special weight last time, but the reason I liked him enough to be in the trifecta at 60 or 46 to 1 is the figures on that 5 furlong race were pretty good. It came out of Puckster and Benroy, who came back and won the following start. Or would have been
the next start, which was the last race on Derby Day.
Derby Day, exactly. And if there is a duel, or Call the Cops regresses, I think that's a small upset. That would be the horse that I think could beat the 6.
Yeah, but if the track is playing at speed, Peb might be a little up against it, rallying from the back of the field. So maybe take a look at number 1, Backstreet's Back, to fill in your top 2. Broke a step slow last time out. Came with a run at the end, but Peb did get a jump on Backstreet's Back. This horse did show speed earlier on at Golden Gate, where it had a couple of 2nd place finishes and a 3rd place finish, going 5.5 and 6 furlongs. So expects Backstreet's Back to show better today.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree that it wasn't a good start. If you take a look at the Invader, your unknown, and that's the 2 anchor up. The key to this one, as you mentioned on ASD Live, Kirt, was that workout on July 22nd, a breezing work, 36 and 4. You don't see a lot of breezing works at ASD.
No, you really don't.
No. So that's something to kind of take note.
But even that 47-3 June 6th in Canterbury, that was pretty flashy. Third best out of 24 that day. Lise Pruitt, we keep saying it, having an amazing meet this year. And she's hitting at over 25%. So Anchor Up, this wouldn't surprise me if this horse ran big.
No, and I always like to look at their first start, and this horse was bet down to 2.7 to 1. So obviously there's some high hopes in that race. So yeah, maybe there's another upsetter to maybe beat the 6, or at least get in your trifecta that at 10 to 1 happens to be the longest shot. I don't think should be the longest shot on the board.
And number 4, XI Kid, also getting an equipment change, tongue tie on. Had 2 seconds and 2 third-place finishes before the last race against Peb and Call the Cops. Maybe that little equipment change can help XI Kid, but I think he's just a notch below these.
Yeah, I agree with you. He certainly can't get caught in the duel, and if he does, that would cause make it very tough for him to win. He'd have to put away the 6, but certainly can be in the money.
No doubt about it. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you got?
Simple, $15 exactor box, 3-6. I'm not falling into the trap on Call the Cops, so I'm going to box it. Might cost me a little extra. I could have went one way, but I'm not a big shooter like you are, like your trifecta that's coming up.
Well, I really like Call the Cops in here. I think speed's going to do well, and I took it on top of the 1-3-1-3. Just in case Peb doesn't rally for your exactor, I take a $10 wheel, costs $20. Good luck with all your selections here in race number 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $16,000. Number 1 is Backstreet's Back, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Anchor Up, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is Peb, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is XI Kid, owned by Pat Honus, trained by Larry Sizik with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Emma Star, owned by Christy Desjarlais, trained by Ryan Desjarlais with Nyrone Austin. Rounding out the field is number 6, Call the Cops, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Nicky with Leroy Nelson. Post time for race number 5, 5 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Maiden special weight horse is going 6 furlongs. The big favorite is the 6 horse. This horse is going to be on or near the lead. I expect probably on the lead. Might go just toy with this field and get loose. If it is a speed holding track, the horse is going to be very tough to beat. If somebody else tries to sacrifice maybe the 4 or 5 and pushes the 6, maybe sets it up as a 3 as the upset. If not, 6 gate to wire. I've got it 6-3. Kirt.
Stretch, I'm with you with the 6 Call the Cops. That was just such a big effort last time out, dueling 3 wide all the way to the wire. Peb did come flying late, the 3 horse, to almost steal it, but I don't see as much speed in this race. There is no Major Shepherd at $3, so I think it's Call the Cops, but watch out for the one, Backstreet's Back. Poor break last time out, a better break, and this horse will be in a good stalking position. Good luck here in race 5.
Time.
Backstreet's Back will be the first one into the starting gate. Anchor Up finds his position. Next up, Peb. XI Kid walking up and in. Now just 2 left to load. Emma's Star. Now just waiting on Call the Cops. They're all set. They're at the post. Anchor up, fractures in the starting gate. And they're off. From the outside, Call the Cops. Quickly away to secure the early lead. Now getting company in between horses by XI Kid. On the rail, Anchor Up makes it a trio. Well restrained behind them. Amistar in fourth. Backstreets back in fifth. And Peb, the early trailer, about 7 off the lead. 22-4 the opening quarter. And on the outside, Call the Cops is now ahead by a half length. To the inside, Anchor Up. Back in third, XI Kid. Fourth on the inside, Backstreet's back. Then it's Amistar and Peb. Finally starting to roll the half, 46 seconds as they hit the head of the lane. And Call the Cops has the lead by 4. Anchor Up still on the inside. To the far outside, Peb is going to try and make a late rally, but running out of ground inside the 16th pole. And Call the Cops is going to take it. The favorite won't disappoint. Second is going to go to Peb. Third to Anchor Up. And fourth to XI Kid. Stewards opposed to number 6, Call the Cops as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Peb. Third to number 2, Anchor Up. And fourth to number 4, XI Kid. They went the opening quarter 22-4. The half 46 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs. 1:13-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 5, that's number 6, Call the Cops. Call the Cops is a dark bear brown gelding, 3 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat, out of the mare Anglo-Bonneau by Successful Appeal. Owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by El Nicky, and ridden to victory by Leroy Nelson. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13-3. Congratulations goes out to trainer Elton Dickey, who scores the double. Back-to-back winners for trainer Elton Dickey. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. there are no changes. We're kicking off late double wagering here in race number 6. And they're off. From the outside, Call the Cops. Quickly away to secure the early lead. Now getting company in between horses by XI Kid. On the rail, Anchor Up makes it a trio. Well restrained behind them. Amistar in 4th. Back Streets back in 5th. And Peb, the early trailer, about 7 off the lead. 22-4 the opening quarter. And on the outside, Call the Cops is now ahead by a half length. To the inside, Anchor Up back in 3rd, XI Kid. 4th on the inside, Back Streets back. Then it's Amistar and Peb finally starting to roll the half, 46 seconds as they hit the head of the lane. And Call the Cops has the lead by 4. Anchor Up still on the inside. To the far outside, Peb is gonna try and make a late rally, but running out of ground inside the 16th pole. And Call the Cops is gonna take it. The favorite won't disappoint. 2nd is gonna go to Peb. 3rd to Anchor Up. And 4th. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6 for this $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up. They're going to go 1 mile. A special welcome again to TVG and all their viewers. Stretch, who do you like in the 6th?
Yeah, let's just quickly go back to the 5th. We talk about his speed holding, and there was a bit of a duel early with a few horses. And
Deb still wasn't able to get there, so maybe it kind of looks like that.
Yeah, maybe. Deb, I would write, this is a good one when you write it down on the horse was trailing the field and made a good move, and if this might be the only closer of the night, so you really make a note of that horse could come back. But Call the Cops did run back to the last couple races, didn't have to worry about running second, he was too far ahead. And so, yeah, numbers figured, fans knew it too. Away you go.
Yeah, and we've been talking about the yearling sale coming up August 22nd on the Red River X grounds right behind us. Call the Cops has a full sister in the yearling sale. That'll be hip number 2. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of action on that one. Call the Cops now, earnings over $40,000. So back to the 6th race. Who do you like?
Well, I started with the 3 as my top selection, mentioning again on our ASD Live show that most of some of the main contenders came out of the same race, their same distance. And I watched the replay, and I felt that the 3 was pressured at different points in the race and then dug in and still hung on. You know, we do the picks early. We do make adjustments. But with as you mentioned, speed holding, I like my pick a little bit more now because of the speed holding situation. I know there is a little bit of other speed and it certainly can press. But, you know, the mare won the last time, probably gets a little bit game. The barn, Jared Brown barn, is hot after winning the 500th yesterday in fact. So that's where I went to that horse first. Let's go to you go to your horse first before I go to my next choice.
Well, I think there's a little bit more speed than there was last time out, throwing in She's a Pontiac, the 5 Lulu's Lightning, the stablemate of Camano Comet, and number 6 Simply Fabulous. All of them like the front end or being right around there. So there might be a heated pace in here. And all I need is a little bit of action up there because my selection is number 7, West Princess. She has been running lights out this year. Was a winner at First Asking. Had her that day. Great reward on that. Had her in the comeback race against Camano when there was pace battling. It was the stablemate that battled that day. And then last time out, Felony 1 was loose speed and West Princess couldn't run her down. So if Camano Comet gets out there, opens up 2 lengths, probably going to go all the way, but West Princess, the way she's running, she is not going to give up, and she's going to give a late challenge down the lane.
Yeah, that's fair. You do need the duel up front for sure, and if you get one, absolutely that horse can that win, and hard to go against a horse when you've been a big fan and cashed multiple times this year. Good call. I went to the 1 as my second selection. I don't understand quite what happened on the turn on this horse, and this horse did have a dream trip last time. Didn't really have an excuse, except the excuse is the turn. The horse suddenly backed up and you think, okay, the horse has had enough or just tired, and then suddenly comes back on. And I like that suddenly the horse woke up and is closing, and you have to watch the end of it. The replay, this horse gallops out by them all a few strides past and keeps galloping out. So maybe this is a second start for Nelson on it. Maybe he's figured something out how this horse kind of reacts. And so that's my upset, especially at 8-1. That's a great price, or 7-1. I talked too much about the horse and people bet it, I guess, Kirt.
Yeah, as they were coming to the 3/8 pole, this horse was sitting on the rail, waiting, and then around the turn, the gap widened. They kind of, Camano Comet made a spread in there, and it wasn't that Camano Comet was running faster than him or anything like that, but Don't Get Smart was just fading, but the late flurry down the lane says this horse belongs. Another horse to talk about, number 4, Anwara, run some big races this year. 2 wins, 2 seconds last time out. Tried to catch Camano Comet, but pretty well just ran out of ground, but made that big middle move to speed it up with Camano Comet. Don't Get Smart couldn't keep up to them, but then came rallying down the lane. But you're adding West Princess in here with a great running style. Doesn't have to be a mile off of it, probably about 5 lengths. So I think that'll be kind of like a Peb move of the last race, but I don't think that far back as Peb was. Peb was about 8 lengths off of it. So West Princess, think going to make a big rally with Don't Get Smart.
Yeah, they're going to go. They basically go hand in hand. If there is no pace battle, 1, 4, and 7 are probably not around if there's no pace up front. So that's always the concern you have to worry about when you're taking closers. But you think there's speed, and there certainly could be. So you can't leave out the closers.
Okay, Jared Brown, Lulu's Lightning, the 5 horse, was the favorite against Felony 1 and West Princess and Enwara last time out. But Lulu's Lightning kind of disappointed and didn't go to the front end, which I thought the horse would after that great race, chasing after the very speedy Half and a Wrapper in the previous start. Lulu's Lightning, this horse could be the speed of the race.
It could be, and what's really important, not like you said, not a great effort last time, beaten favorite, but look after the last race. 2 bullet works around the dogs. Jared doesn't really work his horses super fast, and so this horse has maybe figured it out, or the wake-up call. So I don't think you can leave that horse out either.
Definitely not. So we got a wide open 6 race here. Let's go to our selection stretch. Again, starting it off with you.
Okay, so I said how tricky it was. We basically named every horse in here, and I'm taking a chance. The play yesterday worked out so well for me.
It did. You got $9.90
on a price horse, so I'm doing the same. Not a big one, because I just find this race so tricky. 20 place on 1.
Well, I find it tricky, but I got one here. West Princess gives it all every single time, and I think there's a pace battle. So I'm going 40 to win on West Princess. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. Jackpot high 5 time. The horses on the track for race number 6, they're going to go 1 mile for $12,000. Number 1 is Don't Get Smart, owned by Roy Feedy, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is She's a Pontiac, owned by Daryl Pranica and Wendy Anderson, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Camano Comet, owned and trained by Jared Brown, Jorge Carreño aboard. The 4 is Enwara, owned by Robert Wilson, trained by Jerry Gorno, with Rafael Zentino Jr. Number 5 is Lulu's Lightning, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown, with Antonio Whitehall. The 6 is Simply Fabulous, owned by Back on Track Stables, trained by Jennifer Jordan, with Nyrone Austin. Rounding out the field is number 7, West Princess, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo, with Sheldon Chicken Ass. Post time for race number 6, 6 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Fillies and mares going a mile, a little bit longer today. Most of them have ran against each other. 3 is my top selection. I don't like the price at 7 to 5. Did beat many of these last time. Can do it again. Something might get a little more pressure. My kind of price play here is the one horse at 6 to 1. I think the horse is going to get a dream trip on the rail. And at 6 to 1, I can't pass it out. But I still got 3-1-4. Kirt?
Stretch, I see a pace battle emerging in here. I see speed out of the 2, 3, 5, and 6. So I went to a closer and I went to number 7, West Princess. 3 starts, 2 wins in a second. Last time out, the horse was loose on the front end, and West Princess still tried all the way to the wire. I also like number 1, Don't Get Smart, who ran an odd race last time, but was flying at the end. Good luck here in race 6.
Time.
Don't Get Smart and She's a Pontiac. They're both in the starting gate. Current favorite, Camano Comet, ready to step in. And Wara's turn. Next up, Lulu's Lightning. 2 left to load. Simply Fabulous. And now just waiting on West Princess. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Lulu's Lightning. But breaking like a rocket on the inside, that's Kamano Comet. And on the inside of her, she's a Pontiac. These two battling it out as they pass the grandstand for the first time. Settle back in third. Don't Get Smart with West Princess. On her outside, then it's back to Simply Fabulous. Hugging the rail, Anwara, and your trailer after the poor beginning, Lulu's Lightning. The opening quarter, a quick 24 seconds, and Kamano Comet now takes over as the leader by a length and a half. Back to second. She's a Pontiac. Switching to the outside. Don't Get Smart in third, and War on the Rail in fourth. West Princess to her outside in fifth. Then it's Simply Fabulous and Lulu's Lightning. The half 49 and 2. Kamano Comet still looking comfortable with that lead by a length and a half. Don't Get Smart getting motivated on the outside, and Wara splitting horses. She's a Pontiac back to fourth. West Princess in fifth. Fabi and back to Lulu's Lightning. 3/4, 14 and 3. They hit the head of the lane, and Kamano Comet has the lead now by 3. And Wara has the best chance from second. But Kamano Comet is long gone on these. Drawing away in the end, Kamano Comet is going to win by 5. Rallying on the inside, she's a Pontiac, and Anwara very close for second and third. Fourth to Don't Get Smart. The stewards have posted number 3, Kamano Comet, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter in 24 seconds. The half 49 and 2. 6 furlongs, 114 and 3. Time for the mile, 142 and 4. Results of the photo show number 4, Anwara, finishing second. Third goes to number 2, She's a Pontiac, and fourth to number 1, Don't Get Smart. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 6, that's number 3, Kamano Comet. Kamano Comet is a bay mare, 7 years old, by council member, out of the mare Cream by Summer Sham. Owned and trained by Jared Brown and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the mile, 1:42 and 4. Congratulations goes out to jockey Jorge Carreño, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Jorge Carreño. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Jackpot High Five wagering. There are no changes. The Jackpot High Five carryover over $90,000 here in race number 7. And take note, folks, that a chance to make some very big money continues every live race day here at the Downs. You are guaranteed $250,000 if you have a single winning ticket in the Jackpot Pick 5. This will continue next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 7:30 until the end of the race meet on September 15th, or until the $250,000 is won. And those Jackpot Pick 5 tickets are just 20 cents each. And your trailer after the poor beginning, Lulu's Lightning. The opening quarter, a quick 24 seconds, and Camano Comet now takes over as the leader by a length and a half, back to second. She's a Pontiac, switching to the outside. Don't Get Smart in third, and War on the Rail in fourth. West Princess to her outside in fifth. Then it's Simply Fabulous and Lulu's Lightning, the half 49 and 2. Camano Comet still looking comfortable with that lead by a length and a half. Don't Get Smart getting motivated on the outside, and Wara splitting horses. She's a Pontiac back to fourth. West Princess in fifth. Fabi and back to Lulu's Lightning. 3/4, 14 and 3. They hit the head of the lane, and Camano Comet has the lead now by 3. And Wara has the best chance from second, but Camano Comet is long gone on these. Drawing away in the end, Camano Comet is going to win by 5. Rallying on the inside, She's a Pontiac and Anwara very close for second and third. Fourth to Don't Get Smart. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $3,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs stretch. Commando Comet all the way gate to wire. Great selection. Track kind of looks speedy still.
Yeah. The horse is got game after that win, and the 2-horse tried to press, and then the 2-horse tried to come back on. That kind of shows you about the speed, because the 2,
She's a Pontiac,
kept coming and going from there, and nobody else. The 4 made a bit of a move.
West Princess couldn't make a move from back there. 1 was close, so it stayed. Anwara hugged the rail, and the rail is key around Assiniboia Downs. Great place to be. You'll win a lot of races if you hug it.
For sure. So we're into the final race of the week. Hopefully we can cash out the pick 4 or pick 5. I happen to be alive to both. You're alive in the pick 4.
I got 5 horses alive.
Yeah, I've got 2, 6, and 7, which would be good because on Monday you had the pick 4, pick 5, I had the pick 4. On Tuesday, I had to pick 5, so it'd be a good week on sequence bets if we can pull it off. And
for sure.
And so, fun. It's been a fun week, Kirt. Let's finish it off.
Definitely has.
And thanks everybody for jumping in on the pools. The pools have been great. We had another big pool on the pick 4 today, and they're decent payouts in this one. The 7 is a little bit low, but the big favorite of the 4 to 5. And that's where I'm going to start here. And the reason I chose this horse is because I think there's enough speed in here, and I do know speed is holding, but there's enough speed, and we know it, even if it's a speed bias track, and if they go too fast early, it's going to back up no matter what. And that last race that the 7 ran, Zentino had this horse in an ideal spot, sat just off the speed, made the move, and took over. Did it beat that much? Not really, but the figures.
Well, it beat by y'all.
No, we don't need
the
to.
horse that loves
second,
to run second.
Yes. Really, you had to mention that.
I did.
Well, thank you, Kirt.
No problem, buddy.
Good stuff. And then there are no buy-alls in here. No, there's not too many second-itis horses. Competition is a little tougher. This horse has to win 3 in a row. Have to be careful because it is tough for horses to win 3 in a row. They've got to kind of keep improving their performance because they're usually moving up in conditions. That's my top pick. Who's your top pick, Kirt?
Well, I went to number 6, Haida, just because she can do anything she wants. Meaning the first time out, there was a lot of speed in the race, rallied from the back of the field to run second against Real Good Deal, who came back to win. And then the next time, went up and battled on the front and only lost by 2 lengths to Anwara and Victorian Moon. And you see Victorian Moon came back to win. Anwara's having a good meet, 3 seconds and 2 wins. And that was at the $7,500 level. This is at 35 non-winners of the year. Now today on this racetrack, I'd like to see Haida go and run one of those races on the front end like she did in that battle. And there was 5 across the track when Anwara won that race, and she snaked up the rail after watching him tire. Victorian Moon ran a monster in there also, but I think the huge drop in class from the open company into this non-winners of the year makes Haida a huge player, and I love that price in the pick 4. $231.
Yeah, that would be very nice for both of us there. Yeah, that horse makes sense. The horse needs to drop, does have to wake up a little bit. And then my second choice is kind of the same thinking as you are. I'm trying to find a closer, and my closer's the 2. If you look back, 2 back, it was a very nice race. Yes, it was in non-winners, but this horse has back class. So the horse basically dropped and popped, and so there's nothing wrong with that. Horses won there, and then the last start went a mile. Clearly, if you look on the horse's form, has maybe 1, maybe 2 races, and that was last year, even 2 years ago, that won. So I think a little too tough last time. I like when the trainer does this kind of stuff. You sneak a price. I'm getting 14 to 1 on the 2. absolutely worth every penny. At 14-1, I don't think the horse should be that high.
No doubt about it. This horse ran a huge race 2 outs ago and does have some good back class and has a great running style for this race. Another horse I like in here, number 5, Hey Hey Runaway. Ran a big race first time out against Camano Comet and then came back and got the win, beating Bella Galena. And then Bella Galena got the better of her, going 5.5 furlongs, as maybe she made the move just a little too early and opened up by 2 and got caught. But Hey Hey Runaway doesn't have to be on the front. She can be a stalker, and you're getting the top jock, so definitely 7-2, great odds.
For sure. And how often do you hear this jockey had the double, and so this would be the late double that we had? It just happens, and you get Jared Brown maybe getting the double. So a combination. I always hear that on your announcers and a few other ones at various other tracks. Yeah. So wide open race for sure. And so yeah.
All right, let's close it off. Let's get our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch, how are you going to end it off?
I'm going to end it off on just a small trifecta wheel. I'm going to put the 7 on top with the closers. Basically,
That's kind of funny. We have all the same horses, but a different top horse.
Yeah.
And both a $2 wheel.
Yes, exactly. So let's hope one of us wins, actually me. But, so it's a $2 tri wheel, 7 with 1256 with 1256. That's 24. You can obviously scale it down on a $1 or even a 20-cent.
Well, they could take a $1 and take both of them and then laugh at us on Twitter after, whoever does lose. Myself, I'm taking the 6 on top with the 1257 with the 1257. Also costing $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 7, and we'll see you back Monday, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horses on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,800. Number 1 is Cara Mia Mine, owned and trained by Jared Brown, Antonio Whitehall aboard. The 2 is Videra, owned by Doug Judy and Carmen Mustard, and Heather Todoric, trained by Doug Mustard with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 3 is Know What I Meana, owned by A2 Racing and Hannah Diltz, trained by Michael Nault with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Truly and Terrific, owned by Don Sandoval, trained by Lee Delaron with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Hey Hey Runaway, owned by TMS Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 6 is Haida, owned by Dennis and Heather Dorchester, trained by Dennis Dorchester with Caleb Pizarro. Rounding out the field is number 7, Medium Mendacity, owned by Bill Michael and Wind Answer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Rafael Zantino Jr. Post time for race number 7, Jackpot High Five Wagering. They go to post in 7 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, let's finish off a great week with trying to pick a winner. My top selection is the 7. I don't like the price at 4 to 5. I think there's a lot of speed, so this horse is going to sit just off. Looking for some long shots if you don't want to bet the favorite to finish off the night. The 2 horse, I think, is going to get a dream trip just behind the pace battle between the 1, the 3, the 5, and the 4. That sets it up for the closers. You may even want to box 2, 6, and 7. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I respect both of your picks in here, but I'm all about number 6, Haida. Those 2 races that she ran for 7,500, closing to run second to Real Good Deal first time, and then battling with 4 other horses to run third, beaten only 2. Those are absolute standouts. If she can run either of those races, definitely she's the one to beat. So I'm going with number 6 here in race number 7.
Post time!
Leads the field in for the nightcap. Videro goes in. Next up, know what I mean? Truly and Terrific is next. Hey, hey, Runaway stepping up. And in. 2 left to load. Haida. And now just waiting on medium mendacity. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, know what I mean? Showing some good early speed with Truly Terrific on her outside. On the rail, Cara Mia Mine making it a trio in the battle early. Then it's Hey Hey Runaway sitting in fourth with medium mendacity. Then four more to Haida, and the early trailer will be Videra. 22-2 the opening quarter. They're sizzling. Four across the track. On the inside, Cara Mia Mine, now medium mendacity, takes over and just scoots on by and grabs that lead by a length and a half. Cara Mia Mine back to second, know what I mean, in third. Back and forth, Hey Hey Runaway coming up the rail, Videra, the half is sizzling, 45-4. Medium mendacity up by 3 lengths. On the outside, Hey Hey Runaway, Videra on the inside, but they're not gonna catch her. Medium mendacity is gonna win by 5. Second's gonna go to Hey Hey Runaway. Close for third between Videra and Haida. The Stewarts are posted number 7, medium mendacity, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Hey Hey Runaway. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 22-2, the half 45-4. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13-1. Results of the photo show number 6, Haida, finishing third. Fourth goes to number 2, Videra. Now in the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 7, that's number 7, Medium Mendacity. Medium Mendacity is a bay filly, 4 years old, by commissioner. Out of the mare, Steel Ziggy's Thunder by Thunder Gulch. Owned by Bill Michael and Wind Answer Stable. Trained by Wendy Anderson. And ridden to victory by Rafael Zentino Jr. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13-1. Congratulations goes out to trainer Wendy Anderson, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Wendy Anderson. the inside, know what I mean? Showing some good early speed with Truly Terrific on her outside. On the rail, Cara Mia Mine making it a trio in the battle early. Then it's Hey Hey Runaway sitting in fourth with Media Mendacity. Then 4 more to Haida, and the early trailer will be Videra. 22-2 the opening quarter. They're sizzling. 4 across the track. On the inside, Cara Mia Mine, now Media Mendacity takes over and just scoots on by and grabs that lead by a length and a half. Cara Mia Mine back to second, know what I mean, in third. Back and forth, Hey Hey Runaway coming up the rail, Videra. The half is sizzling, 45-4. Media Mendacity up by 3 lengths. On the outside, Hey Hey Runaway, Videra on the inside, but they're not gonna catch her. Media Mendacity is gonna win by 5. Second's gonna go to Hey Hey Runaway. Close for third between